recording is happening. I'll start this theme over. Main theme. And Calder, if you can give us your log, please.
Log starting 5, 7, 6. We start our arrival to the Bellatrix system as our next stop for investigating the Silk Road. But after dealing with the space Kraken and the mysterious power drain facility. Let's hope this system isn't as problematic as the last analog.
Such hopeful dreams. Okay. So the Svalinn and has made way to the Bellatrix system, in which it has taken in and some refugees into a small farming colony that's taken up on the 4th planet. As of now, the Shoscu system is still under lockdown, and no information has come in or out of the sector. Curiously, as you made your way to Bellatrix on the planet of Zeta Gurus 7, there was an encounter with the Chigo concern, and that was handled by the USS Ganymede, down here south of the Silk Road. You have currently been in the Bellatrix system for 3 days at this point. There's it is also the site of a dozen civilian vessels that are in orbit or have landed next to the small farming community, and this has caused some friction between the two forces, as the infrastructure of the tiny colony is stretched to the breaking point, along with some social differences. Last census states that the population in the colony is 4,973. Current scan reveals 8,219 humanoid life forms upon this planet. And we move to the town square. This is a small farming village, but there is a central town out in town square where they've set up, and they do have some remnants of technology. They actually have power and communication towers set up throughout the place, and a fusion generator, but the network is strained under the population, and that's currently inundated on it. We start our scene with Commander Calder in a meeting with the leaders of the two factions. There is Nasi Morales, a female Talorite in her late 40s, that is the leader of the local farming population, and then Enkri, a child Tahir, or a male Andorian in their mid 30s that is the nominal leader of this refugee flotilla.
Why are we looking at two different maps, one on top of each other?
Because there's two different maps, one on top of each other. It's an extension of the town.
Okay.
Those are the two names. Also, in Discord. Yeah, and he started seeing with Commander Calder at the town hall of this quaint community with a Tellarite and an Andorian yelling over top of each other. You have no right to be on this planet, and you just came here and landed your ships without our permission. Well, where else were we supposed to go? We're fleeing a war on the edge of the galaxy. That is none of our concern. We have nothing to do with that. Sure. Or Ashton, you could totally be in the room with them.
Have a phaser present.
Yes, you are allowed to carry your arms, but brandishing them is frowned upon. Some of the civilians are armed with Type 1 unphasers. But near these two. So, Calder, you're in this middle of this argument. And they are just yelling past each other, not even getting a word in edgewise. What would you like to do?
Okay. First, I want to do some checks to see if there are any potential locations to at least move a number of the refugees that came to the planet. Like, for example, if some of them were an engineer, or they well on the home, seeing if they wouldn't mind.
See if there's any engineers among the refugees.
Yeah, to see if they can help work towards some problems in here and Beta Javanals, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, the Beta Javan system. Sure, that'll be Reason Command difficulty 3.
Okay, take a PM.
Okay.
Also, I would have had my Excel come with me if you would be okay with it.
Sure.
Rost is also present. And Rost, you can assist on this roll as well.
we rolled at 0.
Okay. Nice. And Ross, would you like to assist?
Yeah, just getting to my sheet here.
All right. All right. Gain a momentum. There are a number of engineers and scientists that you would be able to use to help support local infrastructure and help build up both Bellatrix system and the Javan system, if given the opportunity. But that's only accounting for 700 of them. There's still a good 3,000 in refugees who don't have any marketable skills at this point. Anything that would help directly with colonial building and yeah, anything that would help directly with colonial building or terraforming.
What about
one's still-
Starbase building?
That would increase the number, or especially since a lot of them did come directly from Deep Space Hurricania. That could net you at least 1,500 altogether.
Okay. I mean, is the Starbase common knowledge? Well, am I allowed to say information about the Starbase?
Not at this time. The paperwork has gotten back to Nea, but she has not responded back. Yeah, it's been you sent that report about 2 weeks ago, and she has not gotten back to you on that. Presumably, she's caught up in this Shoscu evacuation and trying to figure that mess out. However, you could
I think what I'll do is ask the leaders to we'll ask the leader of the refugees to do some form of census to figure out what their occupations were before they left their homes, and maybe tell the leader of the planet to see if any one of those occupations could help with any situation that's happening on their planet.
okay.
How many farm hands do they need?
Yeah, well, because more of these people were forced out of their homes from a to get a
They were forced out of the area with a threat, and
yeah, trying to think what else is it say, sadly.
okay.
Love game.
Chetarer says, I could try to do a census. I have a vague idea, but we haven't actually gotten down to doing it. If we can have some help with a census, and and Mrs. Maloris as the female tower I cut in. And the only census you're going to do is to properly account to make sure that each and every one of you get off my planet. We have no room for you here.
Miss Mullers, this is a very big planet, and there's only a few thousand of you. I'm sure we could find room somewhere on this planet for these refugees to find a home as long as they want it.
The ecosystem on this planet is very young. We've barely managed to make we spent 50 years carving out an ecological niche, and even finding that niche that we could carve out. Now I fear that the sudden placement of 4,000 people on this planet might upset the ecological balance we've so delicately made.
In what way?
Well, trying to farm the lands and feed that many people.
Would we be able to feed them with replicators, GM?
You could.
They came here on ships, right? I assume they would probably have some kind of power and replicators and all that, right?
Yes. In fact, there's at least 3 ships that have landed on the outskirts, and they're using them to basically power prefab shelters and kind of make a living off them using the warp cores of the ships.
Then that point is mute, correct?
As far as feeding them, yeah.
Well, I doubt 3 ships can field. Well, 3 ships with replicators can feed 4,000 ships. I imagine these ships kind of.
Well, there's more in orbit, and they had to feed them to get here.
I imagine the cargo could have been filled with emergency rations.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That might be something we can assist with as well, though. Getting them some extra replicators and power going.
I'll see if we could bring down some extra replicators and some solar generators, or whatever power source that's more.
You have the technology that you can make ground-based fusion generators, or is that it should be more than enough to power a community or supplement them.
And then we can construct replicators, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think also another concern is these are welcomed by the indigenous population, so maybe we should find an alternative location for them to set up their camps so they're not so adjacent to cause conflict.
I agree. Do we have a map of this planet? Is there somewhere that is more suitable than, their town square?
Maybe we could have Lieutenant L run a planetary survey and see if he can spot some places that they could relocate to.
Yeah.
That's a possibility.
If there's a place on the planet that the locals don't use, or, that kind of thing.
As mentioned, it is listed as Class M, but that's nominal. It's mostly Class L, because as comparative to Sol, Bellatrix and the Bellatrix system is a really young system. So this planet has not had enough time evolutionarily to get very complex ecosystem. They have very simple grasses, as they have trees and ferns and some flora and fauna.
So that means there are a lot of places that are open for people to live on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just a matter of getting the infrastructure there, and part of the problem is these these refugees are urban. They're used to a certain level of technology, so dropping them in the middle of nowhere with a shovel and a blanket is not going to go well for most of them, because some of them haven't even seen a shovel outside of the holodeck.
Right.
But a planetary area scan would definitely be in line. Chathurel is willing to do a census, but he's not sure how long that's going to take.
I'll send down some of my people to assist.
Okay. And Molaris, right now, her primary area concern is more the energy draw. It might be putting too much stress on their current infrastructure. If that could be buffeted somehow.
I mean, we are bringing down fusion generators, so the power that the refugees would be using will no longer be pulling from your grid, or at the very least lessen it.
Well, Captain, that seems a short-term solution, and we will I'll accept that at least. But what's the long-term solution?
The reason for the census is to figure out what occupation the refugees are and find, and see if we send them to a location where their profession could be more used.
She chews it over for a moment. I suppose if you can find any geneticists or biologists that could help increase our crop yields and lessen our impact on this location. If you tin can dwellers can handle getting your hands dirty. Any other questions, comments?
How are they with security presence right now? Like, do they need people to, you know what I mean?
Police
To
force.
bring down people to keep peace, that kind of thing.
Most likely, yes. They have a local. They basically have two local militias that have been sprung up, but they hate each other and they're not working with each other. And there have been fistfights that have broken out.
No, that would not do. Captain, with permission, I'll start organizing security teams to fix this problem. To liaise between the two militias and settle disputes without fistfights.
Are these militias both on the natives or one of the refugees? One of the
Sounds like both.
It's both of them. There's like a local nominal police force, and then just out of sheer necessity, a militia has been organized as from the refugees, but they are butting heads.
Yeah, we need some kind of unification there. Maybe we can set up a meeting with the two heads of those and work something out.
Okay. With that, Ash, let's go ahead and do a present security difficulty 3 to organize a team and get a meeting together between these two militia heads.
Okay, present security diff 3, you said?
Mm-hmm.
I'd be happy to assist.
You may assist.
I don't think I have a focus for this.
Can I use
any-
Federation law?
Unless Uniform Code of Justice works.
I would say actually yes, that increased complication, and there are Starfleet standards for creating temporary militias as in the civilian population, as Starfleet is the emergency response force.
Okay. I'm going to take that momentum and give you 2 threat.
1 momentum, 2 threat.
Seven.
7 on div 3, so you generate 4 momentum. It takes a little bit to organize as a team together, and also to go through the grapevine and get in contact with the nominal leaders and get them to agree to meet in a neutral place. But that's happening in the background. After this meeting, in Commander Rost, what would you be doing?
I'm going to work with Lieutenant L to see if we can get a planetary survey done, looking for other good sites for these refugees to be at. That's close, but not too close.
Okay.
Close enough to trade, but not close enough to fight.
And Maldon, what would you be doing at this time? Ships in orbit, but there could be some local mapping and that could be done, or just logistics of moving materials back and forth. Or if there's another project you would be working on.
I didn't hear who you were talking to.
Maldon. Is my mic not picking me up?
You cut out for a
Hold on,
second.
here.
Yeah.
You might be muted. Oh,
Yeah, I'd probably be working on ferrying things back and forth. Materials.
Probably organizing them, but definitely taking a few runs yourself.
Yes. Anything to get flying for a little while.
Yeah, you could definitely get some fly time. I'm in a shelter. You can even use the Delta Flyer here to do some preliminary scans. Actually, we could do that.
Just some scans. Just some scans, you know.
Just some scans. Yeah, so let's do a control con on difficulty 3 to just kind of handle you taking care of that whole thing, and the ship can also assist with if communications con.
Okay.
Comms con. That's a sentence. It's not even a sentence.
There's a little bit of a delay. I'm in between taking care of chores and just jumping back to my computer now. And of course, it booted me out of Roll20 like it likes to.
Aw.
Okay, so, that's a lot of threat.
I mean, it's not enough for a poor cube yet, so we're fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna add a little bit. I'm gonna take one dice, first dice with threat, and then actually no, I'm just gonna take one dice with momentum. Wait, it's diff 3. Okay, one dice with threat, and then the second dice with momentum.
Okay.
The 4 dice total.
4 dice total. 1 threat, 2 momentum is spent. You may roll when ready.
And the rolls for the Delta Flyer, right?
No, for the Svalinn itself, as that's the mothership commanding all the runabouts out and organizing them. We'll get to the Delta Flyer later. I've been teasing you too much with the Delta Flyer. We'll get some Delta Flyer fly time.
Yeah, I haven't flown the Flyer in a hot minute.
Yeah, what we're attempting to use is suggest the symphony for the survey, but the Svalin has better census.
I was thinking like the 2-stage age survey. Oh no. All right. We at least get 1 momentum back from that roll. Do you have a means of re-rolling? Oh, and you have an extra momentum because all fingers and thumbs.
And don't have a legal? Use bold.
You could re-roll your 0. Oh, that wouldn't work on the Svalin's dice though. But you might be able to get more momentum to help quash it.
I know, yeah. Just very efficient for momentum.
I've got the momentum to just quash it, so might as well just quash it.
All right.
Yeah.
This is it's a little bit disorientating as your flight deck crew hasn't done rigorous supply runs to and fro from the planet like this, and there's a little bit of a glitch in the computer system, but you manage to organize that out and just manually tell all the people, no, here's your flight path, you go here, ships going down go this way, ships going up go along this path, so they're not running into each other, and you manage to sort that out. Meanwhile, on the bridge, which should be playing my ship sounds, meanwhile, on the bridge, Elle, you've been asked to take a planetary scan.
Planetary scan coming right up.
Can L take a direct from me?
Yes. He's in science. I'll just make this a little more difficult.
It's not fair for you to intentionally raise it just because of what could be coming.
Because I know your skills,
but this is the first scan, so they don't apply to the second scan anyways.
Yep. Reason science difficulty 3, assisted by sensor science, and that brings the diff down to 2. As there's some interference, is doing a detailed scan because of the star. This is I have the actual class, but it's a blue giant star, and it's throwing off a lot of radiation.
So that's because of the ship's sensors, which brings down the difficulty. All right, I'll buy 1 die with the 1 momentum.
Okay.
Sensor operations focus, and the talents don't apply yet.
Not yet. And you do have a direct act from your commanding officer.
That is
Oh, we still need the ship roll too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Life
Sensor
forms.
science?
Sensor science for the ship.
This is why he hates when I roll sensors.
I mean, it's helpful. It is helpful at the end of the day.
And got 4 momentum.
Is this? Oh, okay. I figured out why my voice was clipping. My voice activation threshold was a little too high.
That makes sense.
It has not been fixed, but we have 4, 5, 6 on difficulty 2 rows, so that is 4 momentum. So, as mentioned in previously, this is a very young ecosystem. This entire star system is only a couple 100 million years old, but even then, in that time, it has managed to grow some local vegetation. We have large ferns and trees starting up, and some primitive local life forms, herbivores, carnivores, or as we got some flying insects and stuff starting to go on. But because of that, and all Federation races, save a few, are mostly a mammalian, and they need a more complex ecosystem to really integrate in. So there's a slight problem with that. However, scanning the entire surface of the planet, you do find one possibly viable site that is at least 50 kilometers away. Nice.
Sounds
large
great.
Yep, nice large plain. There's a river going through it. It's right next to the water, and it's kind of far enough away that at least with land vehicles, it's like maybe an hour away, maybe 2 hours, but not close enough that they should be butting heads too much. Would you like to ask additional questions?
Does anyone have any questions they want to ask?
I can't think of anything offhand.
We trade that free question for 1 momentum.
Unfortunately, it's a bonus momentum, and so it won't save.
So, you said it's next to a river. Is it like a flood plain? We'd be worried about that.
I could take that as
It's a free question.
yeah. If it's a free question,
Yeah, I think the question is this place safe?
Yeah, like is it gonna be around in a month? If the rivers rise, kind of thing, or are there hostile creatures nearby? Go eat them.
you're not sure are about hostile creatures as you are detecting scans of some herds of creatures in the area, and this place is a floodplain. But if you set the place back far enough away from the river, and if you monitor this river for a little while, it should be a viable site, and you should be able to buffer that at zone and set up dikes to keep it safe. But you could also use the river for our power generation. Hydropower is still a viable thing.
Fair enough.
And with that, me check this. Yep, my map's clean. And with that, L, you have a viable location, but you might want to get a closer look at it with a Delta Flyer. As L is muted.
What was that?
You do have a viable location, but it's still a good idea to get boots on the ground and to figure it out. So, an away team.
I think L is in a level of joy that Decibel is in it, and that's the only dogs here.
Yep, pretty much.
Census.
Yes.
But then again, L is also like, can I just take an oxygen mask and glide down to the surface from here?
You would need a little more than an oxygen mask.
You can once.
I mean, you might get burned up on re-entry.
Maybe.
That'd be an awkward report to write.
Science officer died because science officer died because he jumped out of an airlock to survey a planet.
Yeah, he wanted to ODART.
I wanted to survey the whole planet firsthand.
Well,
Do it from inside a ship.
some of your atoms might one day.
I mean, it would be the cleanest burial ever, cremated and spread all in one motion. Okay, that got dark. Magnus is holding steady orbit. Dr. Bog is hip deep doing medical checks on this entire our population. And with that, oh, I actually didn't drag the players over to the ship. I am smart.
I didn't realize we were supposed to be on the ship.
Oh well. Yeah, this should take place on the bridge. Okay, so Ross, you are up in orbit and you're taking, and you get the report from L that planetary area, a colonial site has been found, and they're getting ready to take the Delta Flyer air down to the surface. What would you be doing now?
I'll take the report to the captain and show him it and say, hey, we have a potential site for the refugees. And once we confirm with boots on the ground that it looks good, we can get the leaders together and see if they can be okay with that.
Understood. I'm going to return to the ship and contact Naya.
Okay. Actually, I'll actually drag you to the ship now. Would you be doing this from the bridge or your office?
I think the Nayacom on the bridge.
Okay. You hailed her, and I'm trying to find her token. There she is. Admiral Naya appears on the screen. Yes, Commander. I'm assuming everything's going well on Bellatrix.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to see if we can move some of the refugees on here to Beta Gaval or to the location where I sent in one of my last reports about
Oh.
the paperwork I sent you.
Oh, for the potential starbase you said she wanted.
Yes.
There are some things going on with that.
Well, more sending people who could do engineering there to assist there.
Yeah, I was just checking my notes. I do have avs. I do think that a starbase in the region will be viable, but there are some things happening in the Federation Council that I need to suss out before I finalize the plan.
Okay.
However, relocating in these people to starbase construction as civilian contractors, I suppose that could be done as long as they have the security clearance for it.
Okay.
I will get back to you on that, and it might be another day or so.
That's understandable.
Mm-hmm. You know how politicians are.
Yes.
Anything else to report?
During our survey, a new spot for the used to go to prevent increased hostilities with the locals on the colony.
Yeah, we were afraid of something like that. We're doing the best as we can. We still haven't gotten word out of the Shoscu sector yet. But any help that you can provide, I will help alleviate that situation.
Understood. Svalinn out.
And she winks out.
And I think I might make a second call in my quarters.
Okay. Who will you be calling?
Possibility of the captain of the Unamine if he's available.
Unfortunately, any of the players not available at this time, but he will get back to you as soon as possible. Yeah, try to schedule an appointment for him to guest star, but he was unavailable.
Understood.
Meanwhile, back on the planet. Ash, you've gotten in the two leaders heirs together. One of them is a older Beta Z man who looks more our farmer than an warrior, but seems affected. The other one from the refugees is let's go. They were benzite male.
Okay.
Zite.
Yep.
How are they acting to each other? You know what I mean? Like, are they keeping their distance? Are they arguing, kind of thing? What are they?
They and their local lieutenants and you think are on completely opposite sides of the room, and they're just staring daggers at each other.
It's gonna
And
be fun.
They haven't said a word to anyone.
Gentlemen, please have a seat. Assume we're in like a table.
Yeah, you're in like a office area. If you don't mind, I Lieutenant, I prefer standing. The Beta Z said.
Stand if you wish. I've been informed there's been some squabbling between your two security groups. Why?
Well, it doesn't help that these guys over here have been turning a blind eye to refugees, stealing and sabotaging our infrastructure. No one's been instilling anything except you guys cutting off our replicator rations. And another shouting fest starts up of them accusing each other or of their particular faction and doing various crimes and misdeeds to each other.
I calmly try to get them to stop, and if that doesn't work, are we inside a room?
You're inside. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna slam my phaser down on the desk.
Present security difficulty 2.
Same focus or
N-
small arms? I don't know.
No, definitely not Federation coat of arms. Small arms, no. Let's actually look at your sheet, because that's a power I have.
I don't think I have anything. Just I don't.
Yeah,
think I
no.
do.
Yeah, not really.
Okay. I will give you a threat though for bold
All right.
and fit. Bad fit.
Yep. You slam your phaser on the table, and the loud noise gets their attention, and then the type 2 phaser being out and about definitely gets their attention, and everyone sucks it in and starts paying attention.
Now, if this isn't going to be a civil conversation, I'm going to handle it an entirely different way. So, I don't know if you've been informed, but we've been looking into relocating the refugees to another location on the planet to prevent any further negative interaction. We're also looking into assisting you with your power generation and replicator supplies. But none of this is going to be possible without you two and your people cooperating with each other. Your goal should be to keep your people safe and enforce the law. If that is not your goal, I will disband your organizations this exact moment. So, the best way to do that is by working together. How do we do that?
Well, I want the Beta Z speaks up. I want my people to take care of the civil situations inside city limits. And your guards can stay outside. Oh, so you're going to kick us out of the city so you can continue abusing.
I'm not playing with these people.
No.
None of these people are important enough for me to care about a diplomatic situation here.
I'm just actually surprised he actually stopped.
There's a phaser on the table, and it's gonna stay there.
I mean they're acting like children, so treat them like
Yeah.
children.
Exactly. I'll go replicate a paddle right now.
Oh my.
The K isn't
You
here.
had to make it weird.
George the K isn't here, GM.
Okay. What about the local militia enforcing their city do you not like? I look at I'm assuming the
The
refugees.
Yeah, the Benzite isolating the
Benzite.
refugees. We have our people coming into town and to trade goods and also get supplies, guys, and most of the reports of local abuse. It's not abuse. I'm speaking here. Most of the reports of abuse have happened within city limits.
What is this abuse you're mentioning?
Mostly hazing, name calling, and some fights have broken out.
Very well. I look to the Beta Z. What would it take for you to meet him halfway on this issue? Hybridize security forces when trade convoys are coming in. That way the refugees can feel a little bit more comfortable.
Hybridize as our forces. These guys probably haven't seen a rifle.
I don't want. Nah, I'm not gonna say that. While I cannot attest to any of your security backgrounds, I can say that. Let me ask you this: how would you feel if you were in their place? You are Beta Z, correct? Do you possess the telepathic abilities? I'm sure you can feel it.
He glares across the table, and slowly his expression softens as it seems like he's tapping into his empathic abilities, at least.
Mm-hmm.
I would feel angry, hurt.
These people have lost their homes, and they're in a place where they need your help right now. That's what they're asking for. Put yourself in their place before you judge them based off their fear. So, what can we do to compromise?
I'm not sure if hybridization would work.
Why is that?
Because these
Other than
people,
their possible lack of experience.
because as these people probably haven't actually had dirt underneath their boots their entire life.
Okay.
Well, and the Benzite speaks up. Well, at least we accept that when we go to space, we would have to at least use modern technology.
I don't believe there's any need to what's the word? Reprimand the locals on their desire to keep a minimal technological presence.
Finally, the beta said, and speaks up. What about instead of full hybridization and the two squads march together? Separate units in the same aim area. If one sees injustice, the other can call him out on it. Would that be agreeable? Beta Z nods. We can, I suppose, as long as we can have a security presence within the city, you can, and also have a security presence within our camps. So long as we march side by side.
Good.
Good.
This is progress. Are there any other issues that stand out immediately?
Well, I suppose if we're talking in security issues, we do have a local play that shall be put on in the town square later tonight. A projection of Julius Caesar. Our local cast have been working on it for months, and they wish to wish to continue with the show.
Are we expecting a large turnout from the refugees?
What was that, El?
Sorry.
I was just making an out of character joke. I said they can continue on the Ides of March.
No, I didn't pick that. I didn't pick that particular play for any sort of allegorical reasons.
I hope. Yeah, I hope. I hope the person playing Caesar is in a refugee and everyone else is colonist.
No, the entire staff is colonist. Yes, although, as a show of good faith, some of the local refugees have helped with some of the technical stuff. They wouldn't be able to study the lines and blocking and everything and to play a role, but they can help with lighting, sound effects, and the like.
How big of a turnout are we expecting?
A fairly big turnout. Now the beta says my daughter's actually playing the wife of Julius Caesar.
Okay. And how many refugees do you expect to attend? Many or not very many? Look at the Benzite.
Benzite shrugs. Well, some people are looking forward to it just to have escapism. Although, Julius Caesar seems a pretty draw play at the moment, but I would expect. And he cuts himself off.
I expect the play was planned far before your arrival.
They've been planning this for months.
Well, hybrid squads during the play then, since both parties will be present.
He looks over to the Benzite. You take stage left, I'll take stage right. I suppose that could be arranged.
Would you like assistance from the Svalinn security fort teams?
That would be help. I don't suppose we make a a show of turning down on aid when it's offered.
Very well. And after this play, we can also look into some further training for each of your forces. That should be beneficial for both of you, and it also help with combined training helps with other areas as well. That was not a good way of putting it. I'm brain farted.
Yeah.
You know what I
think
mean? If you train together, you can work together better.
Yeah, if you train together, you work together better. They a kind of shrug, square off, and go, very well. I suppose as we have some coordination to do. And they, with your assistance, and start working on adjusting ink paths and adjusting patrol routes and jurisdiction protocols and the like.
Perfect.
New scene. As we cut to the play itself. And boom. Let's adjust the music here. Okay. As the sun starts setting on this world, the crowd starts gathering on the stage that has been set up in the middle of the town. Surprisingly, there seems to be a fair mix of the two people, but no one seems to be standing by themselves. They always have at least one person from their side next to them. At this time, everyone else is done with their various duties for the day, and you are welcome to attend the play if you would like.
I'll have the Svalinn security forces spread evenly between the two militias.
Okay. Give me a presence command div 2. You just set that up.
For supervising and assisting.
Yep.
I hate giving you threat, but it's hard to turn down bold.
I mean, it is helpful.
Yeah. You know, good things happen well, bad things happen, but fun things happen with threat.
And these guys are going to be gold for ops. Copy. Paste. Alright, gaining momentum off that. Was that?
Can I get on a roof? I want a bird's eye.
You want bird's eye?
Yeah.
You can either go left or right. All right, if you go south, that's gonna be quite a ways away.
What about north? Can I go up here?
Oh, north is also an option. Yeah, you could go up there.
Yeah.
Would anyone else from the senior staff want to see this production?
Yeah, I'll go down there and schmooze.
I'm gonna set up like a little command post up here so I can call people and direct.
Was
Excellent.
Elle actually invited?
Informally. It wasn't a formal request from command or anything, but yeah, you are welcome to attend at your leisure.
Miguel will stay on the ship and keep watch.
Calder Maldon?
No. Not my
Alright.
forte.
Be dealing with the logistics of the potential logistics of moving the colonists. Well, the candidates to Beta Duval or the Starbase.
Okay. So, L. Maldon and Calder are up on the ship. Ash is set up in his little security nest. And Rost, would you be intermingling with the crowd or just kind of hanging back?
No, I'll intermingle with the crowd. And, just talk to people and be Mr. Socialite Starfleet.
Mr. Socialite Starfleet, as you intermingle with the crowd, out there's talks. There's talks about excitement for the play, and have you seen this before? Or no, I haven't. Oh, I saw a production on Ryza before, or with if such and such famous actor. They were really good. Sir Patrick Stewart was involved. While you're in the crowd, Ross, go ahead and give me a fitness, science, and difficulty. Yeah, fitness, science, or medicine, and difficulty 3.
I'm going to need a point of momentum on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Is that a nat 1? That is a nat 1. Excellent. As you're kind of smooching about, you kind of relax and kind of let your telepathic sense and kind of go out and feel the crowd. There's a general feeling of there's still an undercurrent of anger, but it seems that coming together for a community event kind of smooth that over, and there's still a feel of friendship. Friendship from being in a common event, and it's starting to come up. However, you also get a slight tickle in the back of your telepathic sense of something's wrong. That there's another psionic presence in the crowd that you weren't expecting.
Am I able to pinpoint it or any kind of direction on that?
You can't get a directionality on it. You do look around and try to see if you find anyone suspicious, but you can't see anyone. You've been around the galaxy. You're familiar with the psyches of most people, but of most races. This one doesn't feel familiar. Almost as if there's a new life form out there, or a new type of brain that you're experiencing.
Is it some kind of hostile intent or just the presence of it?
Just the presence of it now. For one momentum, I can give you a bit more.
Okay.
Selecting that. Okay, cool. You get the impression of curiosity and mischievousness.
But kind of walk out of the crowd and off to the side, and use my comm badge to contact Ash.
You do so.
Ash, this is Ross. I'm picking up another telepathic presence. I can't pinpoint it down to a particular person, but it's just got the hair on my back of my neck kind of thing. You know what I mean? Just a odd feeling. So, kind of keep your eyes peeled.
Understood. I'll put my people on the lookout.
What do you tell them to look out for?
Suspicious persons. Possibly telepathic in nature. Yes, best I have for that.
I will say that there are other telepathic races is on this planet. Vulcans and Beta Zeds. But you know what those psychic impressions feel like. This didn't feel like one of them.
Okay. Once I've let Ash know what I feel, I'm just going to mingle about the crowd again, just kind of trying to pick more of it up, see if I can get more.
You can find out where.
Any chance I will be notified by these?
That would be up to Ross or Ash. Do you inform the captain?
Yeah, I'll also inform the captain. Yeah. Is he down here? There
He's up on the ship.
I mean, you can still comm badge me.
Yeah, I'll let him.
He's wanted to be kept informed.
You are so informed.
A heads up.
Okay, would I know someone in a place where we're not allowed to go to right now have ability? Reports of Tiger Squadron?
Yeah. Give me Insight Command difficulty 2.
I'm going to spend a momentum.
Yep.
And from my knowledge, the Exo said he doesn't feel like it's he specifically said it doesn't feel like it's a species we've interacted with before, or
it's not a species that he's interacted with before. It's not a familiar or kind of flavor of a psionic presence that he knows.
Okay.
Nice crit there. Gain 2 momentum. Yeah, that's correct. There is the Woohoo Confederacy. No, it's not. The Woohoo Illuminated Worlds, that is actually a splinter group of humans and who left Earth 1,000 years ago and somehow developed psionic abilities within their culture, and they have a large breadth of Esper ratings, even and slightly beyond what Beta Z would have.
Are they distinguishable on scans for humans?
With the amount of information and we have, yes.
Okay, I'm going to relay that this could potentially be a member of the Woohoo, and tell him they could be sussed out through a certain scan.
With like a tricorder scan?
Yeah, you could do a tricorder scan. As this is all going down, the play starts, the curtains ends open up, and they start into Julius Caesar.
I'm thinking that I'm going to have my crew prepare for potential battle station.
So yellow alert? Or just us put them on alert that we might go to such things?
Yes.
Okay. As you are scanning around, people are still milling about out getting into seats. there's a couple people that get up and or get up and say, well, I'm done talking for you today. Have a nice day. Enjoy the show. And the crowd's just kind of milling about. The play continues. Who's on the stage? To scan and for the woohoo, you do have a tricorder, and you have a baseline of what you're looking for. Go ahead and give me a reason science difficulty 2.
Would I be able to assist him, GM?
Yes, you could. Gain one momentum. You set the tricorder or to scan for woohoo life forms. Arms, you pulled it from the database, and you do sweep around, and you don't see any woohoo in the immediate vicinity or around the town square. It is at this point where way down south, you hear a blood curdling scream. Ah!
Oh, you can do better than that.
Ah!
I think we could either be A, part of the play, or B, something not part of the play.
Not part of the play.
No,
down
it came
south?
from it came from the opposite direction of the stage.
Down here, you said?
Way down here. Past this funny looking arch we have, and down here.
Oh, so out of my view.
Yep, way out of your view. And hocus pocus, there's a body. The scream interrupts the play, and the actors stop, and everyone looks around like, "What was that?" Some of the security officers starts moving towards a sound.
Mm-hmm.
Ash and Ross, would you join them?
Yeah.
Yes.
And one representative from that team, and that team go as well. And Ash goes. As you guys are running down the streets, the murmurs of confusion and concern from the crowd out dims quietly as you rush to this corner. And there, Ash, you see the Beta Z male, the leader of the team, in dead on the floor.
Crap.
Dead?
Dead. He is. His neck is obviously broken.
I'm gonna call for. Yeah, I guess we don't need medics.
Immediately upon seeing it, the local militia turns into refugees. One of you did this. This is a trap. No, obviously, this is a false flag operation, and one of you did this. It's trying to blame it on us so we can kick out. And the argument starts up immediately.
I'll
Both
step
of you
between them.
Keep it together so we can figure out what happened.
Above came, you were told of a potential suspect.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm gonna scan the area for someone fleeing.
At what difficulty?
Hmm?
On a scale of 1 to 5, how deeply are you
5.
scanning?
I'm
Oh.
max range. If somebody's leaving this area, I want to know who and where.
Reason and security diff 5.
I'll also see if I can maybe try and pick up that feeling that I felt earlier. See if it's any closer.
For you, that would be insight, medicine, diff 3.
We're focusing. I'm scanning. Nah, I don't have one.
Anything of investigation or
Got people reading, but I'm scanning.
yeah.
I'll use 1 point of momentum for additional dice.
Okay.
I'll use 1 threat and 2 momentum. This is diff 5. I don't have focus.
And there's always determination. That's a thing that happens.
That is a thing. I'm also gonna use. I'm not gonna use my determination. Instead, I'm gonna use my star-cross.
Okay.
Wait, I don't have a focus, so star-cross doesn't help. Never mind.
I mean, it would double it to 2. So,
Nah, no, I'm good. I'll use my determination. Responsibility to the truth, or
yes. You're trying to figure out the truth of the situation. And be right back.
is this worth running a milestone on?
All right. Sorry about that.
It's up to you, because getting a normal milestone doesn't really do that many negatively. Well, almost no repercussion.
Yeah, I'm gonna burn a milestone on the reroll because that's a failure right now.
Yes, it is a fail right now.
Yep.
Which
We don't
milestone?
know. The devil we don't know.
Yes.
Oh wait, no, that's banning. Oh wait, no. I thought you meant banning a previous milestone that you got for spending a determination, not you banning a
Yeah,
value.
I'm not running a value now.
No, that was an episode title, like 2 episodes ago.
Oh,
Fudge
sorry.
you, dice.
Lovely.
I mean, you
Should I buy it off? We have enough.
Up to you.
my opinion, go for it. Unless you have a Medal of Honor you could burn.
I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy it off.
All right.
I don't want to get false information and screw something up here.
Okay. You set your tricorder range to max range, and trying to find people. You do find some. Yeah. If you zoom out on the map, you do find some people about. Ruler tool. You find people. Cluster people in this direction. Some down here. But nothing out this way. This goes out of town.
I got a momentum suggestion.
Yes.
Okay.
any that pick up via the recommendation on how to scan for the woohoo?
Anything on the file how to scan specifically for woohoo?
Well, I meant like I imagine he did the scan that I suggested he use.
That was just a broad spectrum in scan and for everyone, but for one momentum I could answer. Or
Well,
races.
The woohoo scan, was that like what scale was that on? Because I've already scanned this area, you know. Was that just the crowd, or what was that?
That was pretty much just the northern half of the map.
Okay.
So for one momentum, I can give you the demographics of the people you scanned.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. All of them appear to be various Federation and citizens. There are no woohoo about.
Did my telepathic roll pick up anything?
Your telepathic roll. Trying to think how to do this. You are not picking up the signal anymore, but you're not picking up the signal anymore, but there's this weird aversion and that has popped up, like your telepathic sense is reaching out to something hot and it's immediately turning away just naturally to not get injured or something. There's a psychic aversion into something in the area.
Okay.
Why was he alone? Oh, look at the security teams.
Where's
Joseph's squad?
One of the yellow shirts has piped up. Oh, he was probably led here by one of you guys. Led is going to be murdered.
Shut it. Useful information or none at all.
He had no reason to leave. He even wanted to see the play. His daughter was in it, so I have no idea why he would leave. As you look down the corridor, you do see a jacket that is suspiciously away from the body. There's a jacket and a small device in a crumpled heap about 3 meters away from the body. And as you look on the ground, there's an obvious drag mark in the pebble stones and the cobblestones from him. He was dragged at least 2 meters up until this point, and then the jacket's another 3 meters down the alley.
Okay, let's secure this area. I'm gonna call a Svalinn for, like, I'm sure we have designated, you know, like
Forensic team?
Yeah, like a forensic team. They call for a forensic team, because it's not my specialty in any mean, shape, or form.
You can totally make a forensics team officer.
I'll quickly do that.
Yep.
So, supporting character, activate them, and they'll be made in a moment.
And player's journal all. Maybe edit control all. There. Starfleet and.
Also, let the captain know what we've just discovered.
Yep. You've been getting a live feed of all this up to the ship. And that should be your officer. Ash?
Okay.
Do you see the sheet?
Yes.
Excellent. And
Captain's... It's gonna take me
captain's...
a second to create them, though, so...
Yep. Captain in his way. Ross, would you be doing anything at this point? We do have Starfleet personnel that is locking down this area and standing guard until a forensics team can come.
I think I'll get with the two leaders of the groups and advise them of what's happened and let them know that we are looking into it. Probably best for us to look into it as Starfleet as opposed to their own, their own people, as it might be, a conflict of interest.
Michelle,
In a gentle diplomatic way.
In a gentle diplomatic way. Yeah, give me a presence command diff 2 to gently inform them that there's been a gruesome murder in their town.
Oh, damn.
Oh boy. They are supremely not happy with this, and Michelle is yelling, "No, it was a mistake to have outsiders here in the first place. It's rabble, rabble, rabble," and panic starts to set in upstage. In the crowd of the play, you hear sounds of yelling and general unrest starting upstage.
Have they been informed, or are they yelling about something else?
I just informed them.
Oh, in the middle of the crowd?
No, the crowd out is just getting unrest, and they start throwing accusations at each other. And there is a small trail of people that's like coming down here, peeking around the corner and trying to figure out what's going on. And the news is just traveled back to the crowd. Oh, someone's hurt. There's been a murder. No, he's fine. Starfleet's there, and just rumors have ignited this powder keg, and looks like the crowd up there is starting to yell, shout, they start pushing each other, and things are starting to be thrown.
Nope. I'm not needed here, right? Because the supported character's coming. This area's been secured.
Unless you want to oversee the forensics.
Not my specialty in any shape or form.
All right.
This more though.
Present security. Let's go.
Ash, why don't we get some more of your people down here?
Agreed.
Present security, difficulty 4, complication 2. As this is a large crowd out, they don't have a lot of information, and they're making up rumors as they go, and they're throwing accusations. And oh goodness, that's just a bottle that was just thrown.
Actually, how much authority does Starfleet have on these kind of things? This is a Federation planet. Like, what are we talking here?
This is Federation planet. Yeah, this is Federation planet.
That means we have all the authority.
This is totally within your jurisdiction.
Yay. Curfew is now in effect. Get away. Go to your homes.
You still have to make that roll.
Yeah, but yeah. It was the other colony we didn't have jurisdiction on, right? Because it wasn't Federation yet, correct?
Yeah, the other colony EU didn't have jurisdiction on. This one nominally does.
Good. Oh, that's wrong sheet.
Ross to Captain, I think we have a riot in progress.
Tonight's just gonna be a night for determination, isn't it?
I mean, unless you're not determined to take this crowd down.
Yeah, take your threat and value of never compromise, never surrender. I'm not gonna compromise to this mob.
And comp 3 because as reasons. How are you getting that how are you getting that determination?
Normal milestone from the thrill of the hunt.
What'd you do that episode?
I think that's the one where I was helping lead the Klingon squads.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's when we were rescuing the Klingons, and we were,
Yep. Totally.
I'm going to ask the two leaders to see if they can implore their people to calm down and control themselves.
I'm not gonna fish out on the comp 3.
All right. With that, you're able to yell orders to the crowd and slowly get them into disperse. Ross, you can give me a presence command and difficulty 3 to tell the leaders to get their people in line.
Would my focus in Federation law and politics give me a focus for them?
Yeah, that'll work.
Oh man, we're up on the threat and no momentum. Okay. All right, got lucky.
Nice. With that, at the leaders put aside their differences is for the moment and help disperse the crowd. Meanwhile, do we have that forensics officer yet? And would anyone else from the senior staff want to come down for this investigation?
They're Tellarite, that matters.
Huh? Oh, that'll be fun. I could have fun with that.
I need another focus, though. I've got investigation, forensics. Maybe one more. Any ideas?
Psychology?
Criminology? Or is that kind of outside of that field?
What did you say? That I didn't hear what you said.
Criminology?
What was that?
I yep, Vogel was in the wrong chat.
I missed it.
It's a Cameron Diaz gif or something.
Yeah, just wrong chat.
Yeah, the entire senior staff is advised that there's been an incident. Would anyone from the ship beam down to help with the investigation?
I would. That would give me a chance to use one of my abilities.
Yes.
I think I would, and maybe we request last to attend to the ship and take command.
Yes, sir. I'll beam back up.
Okay. Ellen Maldone, what would you be doing at this time? Or would the command staff have any standing orders for them?
I think I'll have I'll assist and Maldon also return to the ship for a potential.
I'll never left the ship.
Alrighty.
Because the reason for those two retaining is there is a potential of Woohoo ships.
Okay.
Elle never left the ship.
Oh wait, actually, let's scratch that. I think having Ross down here, he would be good because he's an empath. I forgot.
Oh, stay down there.
Yeah, because these guys do have psionics, and you do have a built-in psionic detector.
And I will not beam up.
All right, so Shathrak is dealing with the crowd. Rost and Calder are dancing around and saying who's on first. Calder, would you be on the ship or would you beam down?
I am beaming down. Yeah, yeah.
You're beaming down with this.
Yes. I
Uh,
got lead investigator, and I plan on using it.
nice.
Here's the number 3.
Maldone Owen is on the ship, and Elle is also on the ship.
Yep.
All right. And do we have that crew support ready?
Yep.
Excellent. As you and this Tellarite forensics officer are beamed down. Security officers give you a brief overview of what's happened and let you know that the site is secured. The crime scene is yours. What would you like to look for?
I think I'll look around and see if there's like any. I think a general look around at the crime.
Insight, security or science. Call your difficulty.
Let's go security, and I'm going to add a determination to this.
To what value?
By failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail.
Not quite sold on that one.
Deal with the problem now and later.
That one will work. Trying to solve this problem now before it erupts into yet another incident of violence.
Yeah. And take that for a third dice.
Okay, and what difficulty are you shooting for?
5.
Swinging for the benches. And the forensics officer can assist.
Okay, who wants to go for our telegraph then? Hello.
And who would take who would take the dice for our Tellarite friend? Svalinn and Nela Or. Shathrak, you made the character, you can roll the dice.
Sure.
Okay.
What am I rolling? Am I rolling something?
Insight command or insight security or insight science.
Roger that. Security. Should science have been the next one? I put the next highest as medicine. Oh well. You know, DNA and stuff.
Yeah, it'll be helpful in a minute.
Yeah. Focus on investigation, forensics, or criminology.
Yes.
And he's a statistic.
Yep. So just one dice. It's 4 on the table. Do you have any rerolls up your sleeves?
Could I ban my Medal of Honor to help me?
You can succeed at cost.
Yeah, I'll succeed at cost.
Okay. You look over the entire scene. It looks like going into this alleyway. There's no signs of scuffle. As soon as right at the entrance of the alleyway, there's signs of a scuffle. Fight breaks out, and the body is dragged away and seemingly towards this jacket. There's a jacket and there's a small device in a pile at the end of the alleyway leading out of town.
Okay, I does lead investigator block.
What does that do?
The character has a mind intrigued by mystery and investigation, and is often called upon to review and coordinate response to lawbreaking. The character generates 2 bonus momentum after a successful task to investigate a crime.
That would proc. You have 2 bonus momentum.
Okay. I mean, I probably don't need a bonus momentum for this, but this dude was definitely brought here for the sole purpose of being seen.
Not necessarily.
I mean more because of Jack plus him definitely has a lot of insight. Well, because I might look at to spend my bonus to see
if they're connected.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. It looks like they were probably brought here at nearly the same time. And you see that if you look underneath the jacket. First of all, the jacket is definitely a type of jacket that the refugees are wearing. It's a very stylized jacket that someone wears on a starbase. And there's a risk communicator underneath it, and implanted in the ground, there's heel marks as if someone dug their heels in for something.
I want more info about that device that was near where the guy quote unquote died.
The device was near
before he was dragged.
The device was near the jacket, and that device is a civilian risk communicator.
Oh no, okay.
I'll give you that one for free. You'd be able to glance at that and figure that out.
Any chance that there's a name connected to this jacket?
There's not a name on the jacket, but you could send the communicator in for analysis.
Yeah, I think I'll do that. Send it to give it to unnamed crew. Well, unnamed officer to bring it up.
Yep. You start collecting that and as evidence. Check it as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions about the scene of the crime?
Any DNA evidence?
That would be specifically your role, and that would be a reason medicine.
Okay. I will. Well, spend a momentum to see if they would have gone, which direction would they most likely have went?
Ooh, that's a good one. If he was led out of if he was let out of town and he didn't want to go, he would definitely run back into town, and that seems to be a indication of how his body felt. It looked like he ran out of town, was stopped, brought to the ground, dragged for a little bit, and that was when he was killed. But the direction of his body is he was definitely running away from the alley.
Okay.
Our new forensics officer, you can do look over the body with reason science or reason medicine. And what difficulty would you be shooting for?
Let's go for. What do you guys think? We don't really have any momentum.
I mean, the base is
Fresh
diff. I mean, base is diff too, but the higher difficulty you go, or the more thorough of a search you'll do right now at the crime scene.
I guess the diff 2. You know, they're an NPC straight off the boat. They don't really have very much.
Yeah, that works.
You know, they have no rerolls or anything.
Yep. Reason in medicine diff 2. You're pulling out your tricorder and you're looking over the body itself.
Hate to do it. Take your threat.
Oh, nothing bad's gonna happen yet. Hey, there we go. Generate 1 momentum off that.
Yeah.
All right. So, elderly Betty's a man, and died due to crushed cervical spine. You see a strangulation, brief strangulation, and marks along the front of the neck, and obviously lots of trauma on the back of the neck. Looking over closely, you also see bound marks on his wrist, as if something grabbed him there really tightly along his wrist. Curiously enough, you don't see any sort of defensive wounds. There's no scuffs or abrasions on his knuckles, as if he was fighting this person.
Mm-hmm.
Curiously enough, you do find organic matter in his mouth. A nice black blob of something that he bit on.
Interesting. Let's get that into a sample container.
Okay.
Can we?
You also find signs of through your tricorder scan of brain hemorrhaging.
Brain hemorrhaging. Caused by what?
Unknown. You would have to do further analysis on the ship.
And I'm guessing this person's been told about the possible psionic abilities of the assaulter, assailant.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they would be
Captain,
informed over this.
Captain, this man seems to have brain hemorrhaging from an unknown source. I'm not seeing any physical signs. That psionic entity you talked about could have caused this with some sort of psionic attack, possibly. Other than that, I found this blob of something. We need to send up the ship for further analysis.
Would there be any way for me to detect if he was psionically killed after he's dead? But just a thought.
Not really, no. But autopsy would reveal that.
It doesn't
One
look
of
like he. So you said it doesn't look like he fought back, other
Uh,
than
n-
biting something, maybe.
no. Besides biting, eating something, and struggling against restraints, there's no signs as of him fighting back. And if you look over his shoes, there's no signs of any dirt on top of his boots. Normally, if you're being dragged away, you dig your toes in and then dig your heels in to try to stop progress. There's no signs of that.
Okay.
Up until he tried running away and was dragged back somehow.
Okay, so he was probably dragged after he was killed.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. What does it look he was choked by? Were you saying something earlier? I feel like I might have cut you off.
It is kind of a rubbery black organic matter. It's not too big. It's like an actual, like a palatable mouthful. It has lots of tendrils and fibers within it, but it's kind of a springy, rubbery texture.
Okay, let's check under his fingernails if he has anything like like maybe there's a chance he's slightly resisted and maybe scratched his hand or part of his clothing.
For one momentum, I can give you that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed, he does have some more black matter underneath his fingernails. It also seem to be very recent. Some of it's still wet.
Where we're
If this
dealing with
black
here
material
is...
you'll seem familiar.
Yeah.
Uh,
Is this organic material? You said this was organic material.
it's organic.
Okay.
As far as looking familiar,
Are there any species that have this physical trait?
I mean, there's
That we are
a
aware of?
chance
There's
that this black material was an accessory to this, and I know where this material came from.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
what are you thinking? Share with the class.
There's
Me?
a chance
Okay.
these might be the part of the same entities from the Dyson Menagerie.
That's possible.
The psychic mushroom creatures.
Yeah, because looking at the images, they were kind of black, like goo kind of thing.
I'm also thinking that the same kind of line here, like the ball, or however you say it, they have like the black gooey liquid stuff that we don't really know what is out of game. Like species like that kind of thing.
I mean, I doubt like if it was the woohoo, it would have any systems within system, but more systems from their system and maybe bits of the Silk Road.
Yeah, I'm hesitant on diving too deep into the it was a woohoo though.
Very well. What do we do next? Oh, at this time, I'm one of your security officers who went down the alleyway to seal it from the other end, and comes back and says, Captain, there seems to be a land vehicle about 50 meters back that way. You have to truck through some woods to get there, but it's on a road heading up the mountain.
Take me to it.
He takes you to it.
We'll send the material up for analysis, I guess.
Yep. You send the material up for analysis. You send the body up at this time?
Probably.
Okay.
Unless the captain has more for it down here.
If you and I'm trying to think the best way to split up our party up for the best. Okay. Ash and Ross. You say see if you can find more info on the within the city, because because we know he kind of of land this direction, and with you two, like Ross, be the best person to find that out if he is because
Hmm.
and
Based
me
on
and the forensic officer will go to the land.
based on what Ash was told, what Ross was feeling from this entity that might have done this, I think he's focused on, getting people back in their homes, and if anyone's traveling, go with 2 or 3 other people, kind of thing. Because mischief and I forgot what else it was. Does it seem
Mischief and
like
curiosity, which
okay? I don't want this to happen again. I'm trying to prevent further incidents. Is what I'm saying.
remind me either Ross can give me a insight roll later once you confer with him.
Okay.
But you go to the land vehicle and it appears to be basically the 24th century of a dune buggy, a very standard land vehicle, has wheels, and it's parked alongside the road, and there is ignition key on the front seat.
Okay, I'm gonna put some well, with my gloves already on, I'm going to start looking around the and investigate buggy.
Investigation. All right. Reason, security, and how deep do you want to go?
Let's go 3.
3. All right.
Uh,
Basically, there are some clues that have a higher DC to find, but a base roll will at least get you a general idea of what's going on.
is someone go for the forensics officer? I do not have his. I can't find his sheet.
Oh, I need to drag that down. Crew support and USA go down here. They should be in the folder now.
Okay, so security difficulty 3.
Yep. There we go.
What do I get with difficulty? Look down.
This is a standard dune buggy that was just taken from one of the farms. Seems to have been parked here. Engine's cold. Oh, doesn't look like it's been run recently, but it probably hasn't sat here for or more than a day. Probably a couple hours at most. There's nothing in the navigational system.
Okay, I want to see, are there any fingerprints on the wheel? Any DNA? Like any skin cells on the seat or driving wheel?
Curiously enough, there are no fingerprints, but there is some skin cells on the steering wheel.
Okay, I'm going to get a scan and then send it to the Svalinn for L to information about them.
All right.
They look like humanish.
It is trace amounts. You can't and visually tell what species it is.
Okay, so looks like L has to examine that.
So what do I need to do?
Back on the ship, there's a murder investigation going on. So, we have a biosample, exhibit A that's been brought up. The dead body's been brought up into the medical lab. And you have a couple points of data to analyze. We have the risk communicator that was found underneath the jacket. We have the black mass as found in the mouth, black material underneath the fingernails, and we have biosamples from the steering wheel. What would you like to look at first?
I can't just look at everything.
I mean, you can look at everything. Do like a comparative analysis.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do reason science diff 3. The ship can assist with sensor science. So down to diff 2, down to diff 1, because you are in your element.
Still have to spend a determination, so is it just gonna be the one task, or are you gonna have more tasks after that?
Oh, there'll be more tasks. There's lots of things going on.
Alright. Focus in research.
Okay.
And oh hell, take a threat. Oh no. I think I'm going to use my determination on science is my specialty.
Yep, that'll work.
I'm going to throw those 2 dice. There we go. Much better.
2 momentum generated.
Someone want to get the ship?
Yeah, sensor science for the ship.
All
right,
sorry.
You just got the 2 momentum.
Thank you for trying.
All right. The black material in the mouth is definitely a mycelial mass and of some sort. The cell structure is definitely a fungal in nature. It has chitin and cell walls and all that stuff. It also has I keep forgetting what that neurotransmitter is, the psychic one. Yeah, it has a high register of the psilocybin. No, that's not it. It shows psychic potential. And that matches the material found underneath the fingernails almost exactly. In fact, it's almost the exact same part of it. And the biosample from the steering wheel, is somewhat a match, but there's something different about it.
All right, so let's take a closer look at it.
For one momentum, you take a closer look at it, and it has the same genetic structure. It matches, as almost as if it's the same organism, but morphologically, it is very different. Almost as if it has been pushed through a strainer to make it look almost like an animal cell. It's missing some of its fungal characteristics, and it has more animal characteristics. This almost looks like a mammalian in skin cell.
All right, so Elle will put together all these findings in a understanding that there might be a rush, what may not make it quite as comprehensive as he normally would, but a detailed report.
Okay, you make such a report. Ross, what are you doing at this time?
I'm going to see if I can have some of the Starfleet security personnel doing a door-to-door to see if anybody saw anything, and I'm going to find out who. This guy was the #1 for the refugee security group. Is that right?
The local security group.
The local security group. Okay. I'll see if his #2 knew if there was any problems or any unusual things going on with this guy.
Presence command difficulty E3 to get all that kicked off.
Okay, let me earn a point of momentum on that.
Okay. And you nailed it. All right, so that's cooking in the background. Go door to door, talking with if his #2. Ooh, he says, I'm not sure what happened. He was there one moment, then the play started, and I don't remember him leaving.
You
What
didn't see him
happened?
get a call or anything like that?
Just complete blank face. I don't remember.
Can I
Wait a
pick
second.
up
There's I don't remember, or like the first 5. Yeah, because the play starts with a procession and the 2 guards are. I don't remember. I don't remember like the first 5 minutes of the play. And it's like he's just coming to this realization.
Like that's an unusual thing. He doesn't recall that block of time.
Mm-hmm.
Can I try and pick up what's going on in his head?
Insight, medicine difficulty 2. Mm-hmm. Absolute confusion. Confusion, a little scared, a little guilty, like, oh god, did I like space out and not see him leave? Did I miss a critical crew? Could I have stopped this? And just absolute confusion of missing that blank of time.
Okay, so like maybe he could have been telepathically interfered with.
That's a possibility. Meanwhile, Maldone, it's kind of out of your element, but is there anything you would be doing to help out at this?
I mean, if someone specifically requested for my help, then I would certainly help them. But I don't. Nothing comes to mind of anything I could do with it in the meantime,
Okay.
except for maybe trying to run around in the Delta Flyer or organize the ship in some way, or this, organize in some way some scans to be taken to try and find that woohoo.
Yeah, you can and start organizing a search pattern using the shuttles to triangulate.
Yep.
He went woohoo for woo.
Yeah.
And I'm clicking the buttons here. Presence con difficulty at diff 2. I changed my mind on that. Presence con difficulty 2, assisted by communications con to organize a search party. And will this be focused on the planet, or are you going system wide with this?
We'll leave it on the planet for now, but if this drags out, then I'll throw it system wide.
Okay. We'll make that roll later, but right now this be on the planet surface.
Con diff 2. Like to buy 2 dice. Okay, I'd like to buy a 1 dice because we have no momentum.
Sorry.
Would you like a valve with that?
So, that'll work.
That will work. Two momentum generated. As it's kind of frustrating, you can't think of much else to do, but you do manage to organize your fighters to start a concentric search pattern and around the site, and start doing polar orbits. It's to get a wider sense of the entire planet. Meanwhile, in the medical lab, we have an autopsy you need to do. Ash, would you like to take your new NPC and do some more detailed medical rolls?
I suppose, yes. What would that be? Reason? Medicine?
Reason, medicine. Doing a full autopsy, so at least diff 3, brought down to diff 2 because of the assistance of census medicine.
Okay. Take a moment.
And a focus would totally apply.
Nice.
Ooh, nicely done. And then census medicine from the ship.
Does somebody want to grab that?
What was that for them?
Census medicine. He's got 1 momentum off. Oh, 2 momentum. Because it was just 2. All right. Full autopsy report. You get details of toxicology. He does have a little bit of alcohol in him, but not enough to impair judgment. Probably had an ale with his last meal. You are detecting elevated signs of the psionic neurotransmitter, or to a level beyond what normal beta Z would have. Beta Zs have like a baseline neurotransmitter level. It does increase if they're reaching out or sensing empathically, or if they receive an event, but this is double or triple that normal amount.
Is this dangerous levels? As in, could this have been the cause of that herniation?
Possibly dangerous as levels. It's not quite to the oh my goodness, this is dangerous. This is more like, this doesn't look like a normal psionic event and that a beta would do. This looks more akin to a very forceful Vulcan mind meld.
Okay. Just
an extreme level of psionic activity. The brain hemorrhaging is focused along the pericortex and the temporal lobes. The pericortex is the specific beta Z and region of the brain responsible for psionic awareness, and the temporal lobes are nearby and responsible for memory and senses.
If they were to cross-reference in the computer, like what could happen, like after an improper Vulcan mind meld? Is this something similar? Could that cause that? Like an improperly done, or
an improperly done or a maliciously done Vulcan mind meld could look like this,
or something similar to that.
Something similar to that. Something similar of a extreme psionic trauma that's brought on that not only breaks the psyche but actually breaks the physical substrate. The neck injury appears to have done with a single sharp blow to the neck. There wasn't fussing around. It was a very practiced shot. You get the impression that whatever did this has done this maneuver many times. It's a very familiar maneuver, and it wasn't fussing around with it.
Okay. Does it seem like it was done with like a blunt object, or what are we talking?
Blunt object about the size of a fist. It seems consistent with it.
Okay.
Believe that is everything. Any other questions?
Somebody else has already checked up on that black substance, right?
Yes, Elle has checked up on the black substance.
Okay. I don't have anything unless somebody else does, or unless there's any like, DNA or any other kind of things pull off that, fingerprints and anything like that.
I mean, you could look for fingerprints or DNA.
Yeah, like when they were choking him out, let's see if they left any imprints in the skin.
Yeah, one momentum.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to really mess up to get fingerprints on a bruise, but the bruising is not consistent with hands or an arm chokehold. This bruising is uniform arm in a way that doesn't suggest it was as arms, legs, or hands, and that choked him out.
So this was like an object, like a Like how long? How big is the bruising? Like a string, a rope? What are we talking?
We're looking
Something
at
bigger.
we're looking at a rope probably about 3 inches is in diameter, but it's smooth and it seems to have been wrapped around on the necks like a couple times.
How many times? Try to get size. Try to get a size estimate, like a length estimate.
A length estimate. It wrapped around at least 3 or 4 times around the neck. So, this thing probably reached. Yeah, it had to be at least a couple feet long, to get around the neck.
Okay. That's. Do you guys have any questions?
Not that I can think of.
Okay, have any that this would be able to tell me?
I don't know, but I do get an idea. I don't know what else you do.
What would that be?
Is it possible if the starship do the woohoo scan on the planet?
Absolutely.
L?
Yep.
Calder will tell you to scan the planet in this specific way and take a direct.
Okay.
This actually be a great chance for a bunch of momentum because we have an advantage of the shuttles already doing a search pattern.
Ooh.
We're scanning the entire planet, so that's at least diff 3, brought down diff 2 because of sensors, brought down to diff 1 because of theory and practice. I'm at least going to bump up the complication.
Can we bring the difficulty up again by increasing the scan radius to the system?
Yes, that would work. So it'll be diff 2 to get the entire system.
And you'll have a direct from me.
All right. You said you're increasing the comp range?
Comp range 2. Because I have to do something to make this interesting.
You can't make it interesting, not without spending out more threats. So, sensor operations, testing a theory, and
Theory into practice, so you have 3 dice.
yeah. Theory into practice brings the difficulty down. Testing a theory gives me the extra die.
Yeah.
I thought theory into practice actually did 2 things. Oh, guess not. Okay, yeah. And then I'll buy the extra dice for the 2 momentum. And then I want to go ahead and use the Starcross medal to double my my success range.
Your focus range? Yep. So anything 10 or under?
Huh?
So anything 10 or under is a crit.
Correct.
Okay.
But I bought 1 dice, so that takes up the 2 momentum.
1 dice for 2 momentum.
Oh.
I
So
mean,
2 of those ones are 2s, so that's 7 successes.
And the ship. Sensor science. All right, so 7 successes on a difficulty 2 test.
Yeah, so 5 momentum, 2 to quash, and still come out with a net gain of 1.
Yep. So, you spend a moment, scan the entire air solar system, and the fighters or the shuttlecraft go out and help triangulate a position. There was no signs of a hidden in ship or any unknown craft in the region. Just the civilian ships in orbit and yourself. As far as life signs go, all the humanoid life signs on the planet, it seemed to match Federation records, and none of them are woohoo.
Is there any way to detect if there was any transporter activity in the area of the murder?
For 2 momentum, I'll say you did a transporter scan.
Is the captain on the ship right now?
Yeah, you can communicate with him.
Yeah, I use my comm badge to call you.
Yeah, there's no communication issue. You can communicate with each other.
Okay. I was just gonna send a message to the captain's tricorder. That's just gonna give him a big 0.
No woohoo in the area. Would you like to ask additional questions?
I think that transport spend is a good idea.
Yeah. It have to be 2 because you can have to like backtrack it and did it. If you try scanning now, you're not going to find anything.
Okay, we'll spend 2.
There was no signs of any transporter energies at the scene of the crime. And no signs of any unauthorized craft leaving the surface. So at this point, you guys have gathered your evidence. You've beaten it within an inch of their lives. If there's no further investigations, and let's have a senior staff meeting to put our heads together. It was Mrs. White in the library, with a rope.
I thought it was Professor Plum with the candlestick.
Got strangled with a candlestick?
A rope?
Yeah, at this point, everyone's in the senior staff room. You have all the evidence available on the display. And what are your theories?
So, with the scan, we could assume that it's not the woohoo, but also a telepathic base that you don't know of or have witnessed to.
Oh yeah. Insight science difficulty 1 on Rost. There's something about there's something about that psionic signature that is important.
Inside science?
Sure. Science or medicine.
Oh, okay.
Something to do with anthropology or psychology, anthropology, one of the two. The specific psionic impressions you got was mischief and curiosity. With the reports of the psychic mushroom creatures that was found on the Dyson menagerie just prior to you were born, those creatures seem to be animalistic and acting on simple predator-prey hunting instinct. Mischief is a very advanced emotion. That implies levels of self-awareness and cognition, and also I forgot the specific psychology theory, theory of mind, and that you can do something that someone else, another mind that is outside of yours, would not know, and you're tricking them. That is something that humans don't even develop until the age of 6. So whatever this was an advanced mind and not a simple old animal. And that just kind of flies in the theory that this is somehow the psychic mushrooms from the menagerie.
I was a little AFK when we did the scan on that organic material we found, that black material. What was that? What did that in it?
Mushrooms. Some sort of fungal mass.
Okay. Not the same as what we found on the...
You did not do a comparative analysis with what you found on the menagerie. You could do that now. Would you like to?
Yeah.
Mel, are you down for that?
Sure.
Reason science, diff 2, assisted by computer science.
Well, since I already did a comparative analysis, both testing a theory and theory into practice applies.
Absolutely. So, diff 1. You cheeky bugger.
The problem I'm going to run into is finding a focus here. Oh wait, research.
Yeah, this will fall right in line with research. Has anyone else run into this BS before?
And the ship?
Computer science from the ship.
Get it? No one else?
Go ahead. And
Momentum.
3 momentum. You cheeky bugger. Curse you and your optimized talents.
I think this is about as mid-maxing as one could get.
There are worse min maxes, but that's for another time. The genetic analysis is strikingly similar are they're definitely from the same tree of life. So they evolved on the same planet, but the sample that you currently have has a lot of different protein sequences and stuff that you did not find on the Dyson Menagerie. If you were to do a comparative analysis, as these things were probably separated on the tree by 200,000, no, more than that, 20 million years.
So, if the ones we found in the menagerie were taken away, because they were moved to the menagerie, this could be from the population that remained and kept evolving, kind of thing.
Yep. And for our comparison, and if the creature that you're thinking into the murder was as modern humans, the one on the menagerie is probably Anthropithecus is Africanus, proto-humans.
Okay.
Yeah, not even in the same genus as one back from that.
You know how in Voyager, where they found the Voth DNA and stuff, and they were able to like predict what it looks like and what it used to look like, kind of thing? Can we do that?
I forgot that was a thing. Yes.
So we can maybe get an image of what this creature would look like now.
Really wish the
Then
doc was.
try to locate it. Yeah, Doc would be nice here.
Doc would have been max here.
Then we can try to scan the planet for that creature, maybe that pattern, whatever it's called, signature.
Yes. I am cheating and letting you use science instead of medicine. But to push that ahead, and there's gonna be a high complication range because you are essentially guessing how evolution goes without knowing the conditions of the planet. Voyager was working backwards and to a known environment. This is pushing forward, and after a certain bit, guessing evolution's a crapshoot.
Yeah.
But
use a holodeck.
No, it's just numbers. Yeah, it's just numbers and probabilistic analysis. The further you go out, the more branches life has a chance to go down, and you're not sure which one's more probable because you don't know what environmental factors are going into it. Reason science, difficulty 4, complication 4. Complication being you get you get an incorrect impression of this creature.
Is this a new scene?
Yeah, this will be a new scene. You can direct.
That's what I shall do. And I'm going to burn my pike metal.
Ooh.
So you got a free. Yeah.
You got a free plus 2 successes on that, L.
Oh, so I'm doing another test?
Yep. You're doing genetic analysis.
More?
It's reason science difficult before, but you got 2 successes because I banned my pike metal.
Alright. Reason science. Would this be research?
What are some of your other focuses?
I don't think anything else is going to come close.
Yeah, I'll take research.
So is this still more comparative analysis or something different?
Yeah, this is comparative analysis because you're comparing one DNA sample to another and kind of extrapolating what would this look like.
Got it. Okay, so and you really pumped up the complication, but why are you going to spend the threat for it?
No, the complication is just because of the nature of the task. You are guessing evolution over 20 million years.
Okay, well, let's see here.
Yeah, this is the equivalent of.
This would be the equivalent of taking humans today and going, what would we look like in 20 million years? Absolute crapshoot.
And being
accurate. More like,
yeah.
Like you guessing the wheel, the wheel of fortune with only one letter.
The good thing is, we already know what humans will evolve into. Catfish, remember?
Oh my goodness. Space salmon. Space salamander.
Nah, we all knew that was fake. That was just wrong. No,
that is one of those canon, non-canon episodes.
exactly.
We ignore that one.
That never actually happened.
Any resources you want to play?
Yeah, that's the scrappy do of Voyager.
Let's spend 2 momentum on 1 dice.
Okay.
What was that?
-1 diff from your theory and practice, or whichever one it is. I don't know anymore.
Yeah, it's theory and practice.
All right, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on a diff 3. So that is 4 momentum generated. You punch this into the computer and run the clock forward. You are, and it extrapolates, and basically, it extrapolates. It's that psionic abilities would increase. It seems to have some sort of bioconversion and factor where it can very much in the same way of you eat food and you break down the food and you turn it into more of you, especially if you eat too much cake. It has that same thing, but at an accelerated and massive rate. It can and eat and consume matter greatly, and it has a variable size, but the entire time it's just a flat goo puddle. Computer extrapolates that this thing is essentially formless, but it can and make musculature and static bone structures, and even change the texture of its surface to whatever it wants.
It can changeling?
Not quite to the same degree as a changeling. There are some limitations on it. Would you like to know more?
As the captain with this report is, welcome to the next generation.
We should know more, yes.
Starship Troopers, would you like to know more? The shape changing abilities does not change its mass. Yes, it does not change its volume. So whatever space science Oda was pulling off doesn't apply. It also has some limitations on what materials it can transform into. It doesn't look like it can mimic metals or artificial surfaces or anything of that nature. It seems to be restricted to something organic.
And how do we know, like, how, like, it can just make a person, or would the person would they still have the black texture? Like, what is it just
that initially it would look like a kind of a lumpy person in shape, but it seems aims that it has a passive psionic resonance with it as well. So essentially, whatever it makes, whatever it can't do in physical morphology, it makes up for in psionic illusions.
Great.
It will make you think that you are seeing a person. Isn't this fun?
Food? What's food?
A mammalian brains.
Yeah, I thought so.
Its digestive system aims to feed off of the electrical impulses of a brain and also the fatty tissues.
Can we scan for it? Can we scan for it?
Funnily enough, as this is going on in the background, Lieutenant Maldone.
Yes.
This is shuttle pilot Cochrane. I'm getting an odd reading from this cave up here. There's lots of heat and energy coming in from here. I think some of the senior officers might want to take a look at it.
Agreed. Don't go in. We're gonna send this up the chain.
Hi, Lieutenant. Do you want
Captain?
me to stay in orbit and keep an eye on it?
Keep an eye on it, but don't get any closer than you have to. I don't want to see anyone get hurt that doesn't need to get hurt.
Okay.
Now, don't Svalinn.
What is it?
We're getting a strange energy reading from a cave here, planet side.
Thank you for the info, Lieutenant.
Would you like us to continue to keep track of it, send the data on to L?
Yes.
All right. Sending it now.
Send a torpedo down.
I have a question, GM.
Yes.
With the knowledge we know this is obviously a sentient creature, correct? Because that's what Ross was able to figure out, right? This is
Ross was able to figure out that this is a sentient creature, or of some caliber.
So probably gonna want to talk to it first, because it might not know it's doing bad things. Probably does, but you know.
Mary.
Do we have access to the psionic inhibitors or the psionic blockers that were created for the Calcat arc?
For 2 momentum, you can pull that out of archives and replicate some. Or you could do the control security roll diff 2 to essentially go, I'm going to the storage locker to get that out.
I'll make the control security.
All right, control security diff 2.
Give me a moment, please.
See, and you guys were worried about momentum.
Those were 2 1s. Dope.
At hearing all this and getting all this information, you immediately head your way into the security locker and pull out psionic inhibitors, enough for the whole crew, for the away team.
Oh wait. Okay.
And this
I'll inform the captain.
Yeah,
of that,
and this will
or-
give you mechanically. This will give you a +1 advantage on any rolls to resist is psionics, or it might make the rolls impossible, depending.
Are these the? Which version are these? Are these the ones that are the modified personal shields, or are these just the inhibitor ones?
Oh, were they personal shields? Modified personal
One
shields?
version was. There were like 2 that were made over the fleet. Yeah.
I'm assuming you go for the most advanced ones. I don't remember the mechanics for the personal shield, so I would just say
I don't either.
I'll just say it gives you an advantage on psionic attacks.
I was just asking because I also might want personal shields if we go down. I didn't know if those, interfered with each other.
Captain, you have the situation. What's your plans? Captain, your orders.
Maybe.
Hello.
Yeah, with everything that's going on, we just found a cave with suspicious energy signatures in it. Maldon has a pilot that's hovering over it, keeping an eye on it. And Ash is going to the weapons locker.
Shame that Bog didn't get the chance to do the thing he wanted to do.
I know. For 2 momentum, and you can say that's done.
Yes.
Because I was planning on him in finishing that roll up anyways. 2 momentum. You get inoculated with anti-psionics. So that is 2 advantages you have. Who's going down? What equipment are we bringing?
What equipment is the captain allowing?
We shouldn't seem carry anything that would make them assume that we're going in the hostel.
I will point out, Captain, it's my job that this creature has already murdered one person and consumes humanoid brains.
Okay, yeah, going hostile. but we're not. You gotta act like we're going hostile.
We're gonna talk to it first, but if it goes hostile, we murder it. We're not murder it. We defend ourselves.
Yes.
Roger. I will buy personal shields and type 3s.
All right, type 3s needs to be a 1 threat for sure. For the personal,
because personal shields, this creature seems like it needs to make physical contact, correct? And personal shields would prevent that in some way, right?
Yeah, personal shields would prevent that.
Yeah, that's my reason, guys.
1 threat, 2 momentum. You can get all that gear.
I slide it over the table.
All right. And who's going on this away team, and how are you getting there?
Seems like the perfect time for the Slipnir.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we have Ash, Maldone's going in the Slipnir. Who else is coming?
Do I have to pay for my security team if we're not on the ship?
Presence command div 2 to bring them along. Or present security.
Okay.
Presence plus the relevant department.
Oops.
Quash for 2.
I mean, I don't know. I don't want to use all of our momentum, but also, I guess.
Yes or no?
What happens if I don't? Do I take the bad security team?
You don't know. Yes or no?
I'll leave it up to the others.
Quash, no quash.
Wash.
Quash it is. As you get your security team email all decked out. Any
Should've
other
just been a crew support.
any other security officers going down, or anyone else from the senior staff?
I think you should go down Dawson.
Okay.
All right.
I will mention, he's also a telepath. Might cause a problem, but
Could be fun.
Yeah, but he's been inoculated, so he has a.
He's inoculated, and he currently has a psionic dampener on, so that should protect him. Which is kind of fun on your part, Ross. This feels a little disorientating. It's like wearing earplugs. You can tell that one of your senses is dulled. You can hear very.
Right.
What was that?
I gotta get going.
Okay.
Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
And with that, we take off for the cave. Cave is up here. Yep. And we have Maldon, Ash, and Ross, and the Slipnir. I'm in the completely wrong tab. And yeah, there's a clearing within walking distance, and so you can land the Slipnir. And you have your crew support, or you get to the planet's surface. No problem. And your objective is in the dark, scary area cave.
All right, Ash, go get him.
if you don't want to talk to him first, gladly. I cock my phaser. I don't think they do that, but I do it.
You check
damn it!
You pull it out and
Should've
check
brought
your.
grenades.
Yep, too late. You pull it out and check your battery pack and slam it back in.
Perfect. And then I realized I forgot grenades and kick the ground.
All right.
Yep. And I go inside with my team. Swap mode.
Swap mode in.
I'll follow along behind them. If we can get this guy to talk, maybe.
And Maldon, you're the getaway driver?
Absolutely.
Can Maldon keep like a transporter lock on us?
Sure. Control engineering diff 2. You just set that advantage.
That way he's even faster getaway driver.
Let's go to creepy music.
Better not be that creepy.
You said it's just diff 2?
Yep, diff 2. And the Slipnir helps with sensors NG.
Gonna take 1 dice with threat.
Sure. Sensors NG from the Slipnir. someone rolling the Slipnir?
I'm not at a place where I can.
I'm getting it sorted
Okay.
right now. Okay.
You can't get a solid transporter lock on them at this time, but you still have the option of beaming them out. You just have to do it the hard way.
Okay.
You slip into the cave.
If there is an option later on to try and get that down again, I'm going to be trying to get that basically until it's time to go.
Okay. I think it's amazing. Let's try this one. There we go. That's creepy. You make your way into the cave. At first, it looks normal. Standard earth cave, a little musky. As you get further in, and the humidity it starts rising, and the light it's darker. Do you turn on hand beacons?
I guess. Oh man, should have got like night goggles. I'm sure those are a thing.
They are a thing, but
Yeah, turn on a flashlight. That's fun.
You look around this cave. It's only about like 2 people wide, and seems to narrow as you go in. And as you keep walking in, and below the point to where light never shines into this place, sunlight never gets down this far. The ground and and crawling up the walls is covered in this black slick mushroom mat.
I don't like this. I really should have brought grenades.
Mistakes are made.
Yes. We should have nuked it from orbit.
Oh
no. Oh no.
Yes.
You said this planet was fairly new into the Class M cycle?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, what?
Give or take 20 million years from the state we saw the habitat to its current state?
Yeah, that tracks.
Oh, fudge. This is their home world. Great.
Yeah. A mushroom mat is in front of you. What do you do?
There's an actual mushroom man in front of it?
Mushroom mat. It's just
Mat.
a flat mat, probably like 6 inches thick, but it just covers the floor of this, and it's crawling up the walls. It's black and slick, and this thing probably weighs several tons. Does anyone make a move?
If the commander doesn't do anything, I will continue walking.
Yeah, let's go a little further in, I guess.
Okay. It's your grave. As you step onto the mat, from alongside you, the mat shifts and grows. It crawls down off the wall and starts forming pillars. There's three pillars of mushrooms congeal together and grow half a meter, 1 meter, meter and a half, 2 meters tall until a good 50% of this mushroom mat has congealed together into these pillars, and then limbs are popping out of them. No, layer token. There we go. As 3 black mushroom creatures form out of this mass and start swinging.
Oh, well, that was fast.
I guess we're not going to talk.
They're not
That means
interested
we
in
can
talking.
just leave in Photon. Great.
If you make it that far.
Haha.
Don't have a focus. I totally have the
they
threat for
attacking?
this.
Order any DoorDash.
Who are they attacking?
They're attacking you.
Oh, yay.
This is a ranged ancient attack. Diff 2.
Uh-oh.
I bought 4 dice.
That's less the yay.
As it just stands there, it pulls its arm back, reaches forward, and just lashes its arm towards you like a tentacle whip.
Okay.
And that's a hit.
My roll's funny. Refresh. Oh, there it went. Shit.
Dang.
That is indeed it.
Oof. 2. That is 5 damage, and 3 knockdown.
Nope, it's 1 damage.
1 damage.
Personal shields, baby. Resistance 4.
Oh, that is correct. Roll the challenge dice. I see if it stays charged. As the pseudopod reaches out, slaps at your shield. The shield crackles with energy and goes down. It reels back its arm and stares dumbly at you.
I curse at my shield emitter.
Yeah, I'm having fun with this. I'm going again. Keep the initiative.
Okay.
And let's spend 1 more for a 3rd dice, and this one's going at you, Rost. Oof. As it does slap you, but it slaps you, but one of the security teams fires a shot off, and it just loses the arm. It shears off as it smacks you, but it does hit for exactly 4 damage, so no damage. But roll the challenge dice to see if your shield still stays up.
How many do I roll? 1?
Just 1. If you get an effect, your shield drops for the scene.
Can't you do like a controls engineering to get it back up, or is it just for the scene?
I think I'm not familiar with the rules for that. If you could look that up in the background, that'd be cool.
I'll do that.
Yeah. Another one reaches out to you, flings its arm out as a pseudopod. It smacks against the shield, and one of the security officers fires his phaser and shears the pseudopod off, and it just flops to the ground and oozes back into its mushroom mat state. It is now the player's turn.
Do you guys mind?
Go
Mind?
ahead.
Nope. It's just for the rest of the scene.
All right.
I'm gonna target this guy with an area from my type 3.
This is gonna hurt.
I will give you a threat for a what is it called?
Reroll. Yep.
Even gun
Do you
has
have-
accurate, so it allows
You
to
have to
roll
aim
three
for
dice
accurate.
roll.
That's what I was
Yep.
wondering.
Yep. Minor action
so
aim.
Another for aim. Aim might have been unnecessary, but oh well. Overkill. Die.
That's a hit and 2 momentum. Go ahead and roll that damage.
You can go ahead and spend that 2 momentum. For explosive task.
All right. How much damage is that? Is 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope.
And the
As
other one takes it too.
the full amount or
It
half?
was Oh, good question. I think it's half plus effects.
All right, so 7, 4, 5, 6. Near as you vaporize 2 of them, they just disintegrate and poof. Oof, oof, as you fire upon them.
I will double check that, but I think it's half effects.
Half plus
You're right.
effects. I should have my cheat sheet up.
My cheat sheet doesn't say it.
I'm prepared. I'm an adult.
No, I have mine up, but it doesn't say what effect it does, but area does.
All hits within reach. Each or more hits all within reach, and 1 more at close for each effect roll. Okay, so it just takes the full damage. Anyways, you disintegrate 2 of them and swift task.
The other one.
Fire at will.
Exactly, fire at will, the talent I have, so it doesn't increase difficulty.
Go for it. Control security diff 2.
1 threat for our 3rd dice. I don't think I need aim, so I'm gonna try to keep your threat down for this one.
Spending 2 for raisins.
Okay.
And same deal, just absolutely
Okay.
vaporizes. You still have 50% of the mass as left, and
Commander, we may want to fall back.
I was about to suggest that, yeah. Let's back out.
as you are backing out, Maldone, from the communications over the over our search net, Lieutenant, we're getting some activity in the village. They appear to be rioting.
That's not my job. That's
Like
not what I'm gonna say. That's
yeah,
not even close to what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, all senior, Maldone and Calder get this. Yeah. One of your fighters flies over the village and goes, that's interesting. What's with all the pitchforks and torches?
They're breaking curfew. Stun them all.
Beam me to where they're lighting.
All right. As the away team runs back to the Slipnir, just as you're getting this news, is you run in the door, run in the airlock, slam it and close, get to the cockpit. As Maldone, you just get this as hail just as the away team runs in.
So guys, I'm, I don't. This is just an educated guess here. I think this is the homeworld of these creatures. So let's just hope this planet doesn't have an extensive underground network. Caves
Yeah, that would be bad.
would be very bad.
Where would the Slipnir be heading?
Can we collapse the entrance to that cave?
You certainly can.
Yeah, let's do that.
As everyone straps in, Maldon own takes the Slipnir hair up, turns it around. I'm assuming you are at. I'm assuming Shothrak is at the tactical controls. Yeah. A couple photon torpedoes, and this cave is blown to smithereens with glorious fire.
Feel better shooting stuff now?
Yes, it's my favorite thing. Right after stabbing.
All right, what's your next destination? Back to the ship or to the village?
I think we should head to the village, see if we can put down this riot.
Sure. Let's make this interesting. Maldon. Control con.
Control con.
Diff 4 assisted by engines con of the Slipnir.
Ooh. Okay.
I
We're gonna
spent
buy some dice. First dice with threat, second dice with momentum, third dice with threat.
All right, I got the math on that. Rolling 5 dice. And engines con for the Slipnir.
Boy, I'm just not rolling well tonight.
Do you have bold?
Yes, I do.
Funny.
Perhaps.
The Slipnir also helps. If someone can pull up that sheet and roll it.
Okay, yeah.
Bold reroll.
That's just one dice, right?
Yeah, just one dice. Oh no!
Take my determination.
You have a free determination. Would you like to reroll?
Oh wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, Maldon only has determination.
Yeah, Maldon, you can use your own determination, or the
Let's go ahead and
captain's.
do that. I'll go ahead and use my own.
Which value?
I don't know. It kind of depends. What exactly is this roll for?
This is to fly the Slipnir across the surface of the planet to the village as quickly as possible.
And not crash.
Mm.
And hopefully get there before someone gets hurt.
Probably the closest one I got right there is going to be eager to please. You want to fast? Go fast? I can do fast. I do fast real good.
That sounds appropriate. You can go ahead and re-roll your zeros. Or your whole pool if you feel lucky.
Let's just re-roll the 2 zeros.
All right.
Hey, okay.
That's how it's done. You get 1 momentum plus 1 from all fingers and thumbs. As you make way to the village at nearly a breakneck pace at a really low altitude, that's probably making some of your passengers nervous.
Yes. This is
Great.
glorious.
You have 2 momentum. Would you like to make an advantage?
Yeah, maybe. The people on the ground that are rioting are going to be distracted by this supersonic, item that's just gonna go right over them.
You're gonna hit them with a boom?
And then land right in the town square.
I will allow that. That sounds awesome. 2 momentum, and when you come in, and you can, when you come in, and you will create the effect of a distracting sonic boom that would probably knock some people over, but at least distract them long enough to get them to stop trying to knife each other for a minute.
My question is, do they actually have pitchforks? That's so great.
I guess we'll figure out. As Captain, you beam down. Who are you bringing with you? An entire security team?
But not
Present security diff 2 to bring a security team with you.
Can I?
Yes. All right. As you really at least have a goodly amount of security officers alongside you with standard loadouts. As these 2 armies of people, some of them actually do have pitchforks, and they're actually trying to stab each other. Some of them have torches and are trying to beat up the head. Just any improvised weapon they can get, and some actual weapons, they are just tearing into each other with a fury that is only known in Pittsburgh after the Steelers win.
I'm going to get everyone done by playing out my face.
Presence command and diff, they are quite distracted. Nina. Presence command diff 4.
16 to it.
Three more threat, and let's increase that comp range a little. Yes. You got 1 moment.
Could I get some form of this for advantage because of my security?
The security detail would give you an advantage that would decrease the difficulty. So 2 momentum. Would you like to quash? Aw, I was kind of fun with that. Okay. You fire right there. And they don't. Some of them stop momentarily. The rest of them are still fighting.
Well, if I then when a good number stop, I'm thinking they'll stop.
They are not listening to you for some unknown reason. There is a crazed, wild look in their eyes.
Okay.
Am I able to pick up anything telepathically about what's going on with the crowd?
In a moment, you're out of range and to get any psionic impressions. Once you get in the scene,
no.
yes.
They got brain fungus.
I'm gonna have a com badge and get some of that anti-fungal stuff down.
Presence command. Normally diff 2. I'm raising this to diff 3.
Take, well, take,
Okay. You got it. Our transporter chief respond. Actually, Bailey, he from the bridge responds, "Aye, Captain, we'll get that down to you right away." And that is waiting in the wings. Within the next 30 seconds, and they are still stabbing at each other. In fact, one of them gets a crazed look and tries taking a swing at you. Sure, we'll spend a threat. See how much damage this civvy can do. This is a post.
Okay.
Daring security.
Can I get a advantage of my security?
Yep, security detail. Gives you 1 free hit, essentially. All right. This guy comes at you with a pitchfork, tries to skewer you. One of the security teams checks him to the side, and you're able to grab the pitchfork or rip it out of his hands and bop him with the not bladed end and kind of push him away. At this time, you hear a peculiar noise on the horizon. Whoosh! As the Delta Flyer comes screaming over the horizon, and it makes a slight whooshing sound of the engines, and then just behind it is just this torrential wave of a sonic boom and just hits the entire village. Many of the people are blown away flat on their back, like some of them are stunned for a moment as the Delta Flyer hits the edge of the village, swings around, and lands and just behind you. They and the people are picking themselves back up at this point and are grabbing their weapons again. At this point, Ross, give me an insight, medicine or science, and difficulty 2.
Can you
use what?
I'm sorry, can I use determination to re-roll that 0?
Yes, to what value?
Your peers and subordinates.
What was that again?
Support your peers and subordinates.
Yes, this is definitely supporting them.
Can I ask that we don't quite land, we just kind of hover right above the ground?
Yeah, you hover above the... Yep, you can hover above the ground. You could...
I have a thing I want to do, but it requires a permission.
Yep, you can hover above the ground, and like, there's enough room that you can tuck the slip near in here and hover like a couple meters above the ground, so you can jump out if you need to. I'm spending 2 threat to create a complication. As you reach out with your static sense, and it's dampened, but even in through all the dampening, you could just hear this roar of fury throughout the crowd. But you can definitely tell that it is not their fury, it is not their emotions. They're being manipulated somehow, and you are really pissed off. You are angry that you can't find what's going on, and you are completely, you are upset and furious at the situation, and fine, I'll spend more.
Yeah, I was just assuming that costs more momentum.
You are going to make a daring security check against Shothrak as you try to choke him out. As you're just overcome with this emotion at the moment. You just rolled.
Choke him out.
You were just so overcome of rage. And he's like, I can't figure this out. Roar!
Oh.
You just rolled 2 dice, so I'm not going to spend threat to have you roll more.
I am.
How much threat would you like to spend on this?
One.
As your senior officer gets this crazy look in his. This is a new scene. This crazed officer lunges at you.
Well, not very effectively, apparently.
I'm so sorry, Commander. I won't cut any tendons. I'll just use my hand.
All right. With if that, you can even do this non-violently. Don't roll any damage. As you're able to ward him off for 2 momentum. You can restrain him. Just put him in a hold.
Perfect. And then I'll toss him to one of my security officers. Or my supporting. I'll just like put him in a hold and give him to them.
I need to put everyone else on the scene.
So they can restrain him.
Madone and Rust and Oxcraft.
Can I hail the captain?
You can hail the captain, or you can and just yell out the window.
I'll hail him. I don't want to open the window yet. And with all the screaming, it might be hard for him to hear. Yeah, but I'm still in the shuttle, I think.
Yep.
We're still hovering, right?
Yep, you're still in the shuttle. You're still hovering.
Captain, if Commander Rost is any indication, I think this is the telepathics of the species of these creatures. Would you like me to subdue the crowd?
Wait, does Rost have that
yeah, I spent a lot. I spent more threat to try to make that happen.
Thanks.
I will say, hey, because of the with the dampeners and the threat, with the dampeners and the inoculation, you can do. Someone on the shuttle can do a presence command diff 2 to snap him out of it. Just talk him down real quick.
Hey, Meldon, how's your presence command?
Absolutely atrocious. I fly things.
Do you want to assist me then?
You could assist.
Sure. I'll assist.
I am going to quote him the Uniform Code of Justice as he is just trying to strike a fellow officer. That's a focus.
Increased complication. I will take it.
I don't know what else to do here. I want to buy a dice. What's my diff? What did you say diff was?
Diff 2.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy 1 dice with momentum.
You tell him you're approaching me, and he's just like, I can't beat the shit out of you without getting closer.
Oh, yay.
Nice. Gain 2 momentum and back as being restrained for a moment and all the psionic and dampening effects and hearing your fellow officer quote the book at you. Your manage is to shake off this psionic rage, but you definitely feel like, yeah, this entire town is being affected by psionics. And whoever's controlling it has to be nearby. it was a super strong effect.
Captain, would you like me to secure the crowd? I mean, subdue the crowd. That's the word, not secure.
Oh,
there's a thing.
that was the wrong layer.
Thing's gone. There was never a thing. Never mind.
There was never a thing. That's a secret ingredient for later.
It's a surprise tool we'll use later.
That was the meme I was going for.
Yeah.
Captain, your orders.
I can subdue the crowd, but I definitely need permission for this one.
Say that again.
Would you like me to secure the crowd, or do you have subdue? Why do I keep saying secure? Subdue the crowd, or do you have other orders?
I mean, I'm down that the stuff Bog made.
How do we give that to him? Like, is it an injection or?
It is an injection, and as you're saying this, the crate materializes next to you.
Captain, they're being telepathically enraged. I suggest we stun the whole crowd and then take care of them after.
Do I have permission?
Put them all out. Let God sort them out.
Nice.
Yes. Crowd.
GM, I would like to set these Slipnir's phasers to stun.
I was hoping you would do this.
It is a thing. They have done it on many, many occasions, and I just love shooting phaser shift weapons at people.
I'm gonna say, even if this is done, I'm going to generate threat because holy shit, this is major crowd control.
Yeah.
This counts as an aggressive act, even if this counts as aggressive.
It's gonna be wild, boys.
Who needs rep? Am I right?
Yeah, the crowd was being unruly, so we just kind of unloaded on them, That's what we do, right?
To be fair, we only shot once. Yeah, okay. What am I rolling? They did this to a whole city in TOS. Did you see?
Yeah, the gangster one, yeah.
That was a good episode.
Yeah.
It's gonna be control. Security. Diff. What's we going for? Not a standard target, and you're trying not to hurt them. So let's do diff 3, increase comp. Make sure you don't hurt them. I am going to spend threat to increase that comp even more.
Sounds about right. It would be really awkward if I killed all these people.
Yeah, don't kill all these people or you're in trouble.
Yeah, I'm gonna try not to.
And all right, and Maldone, I will allow you to assist with Control Con as you maneuver the Slipnir into the ideal position.
I have a question. Is it only these people, or are these people fighting too? Like, is it the whole square? Is it the whole town? What is it?
Essentially it's the whole crowd out, but you can maneuver so you can get everyone.
Yeah. The whole square, except the captain.
Yep.
Can the security team help and decrease the comp?
Oh, I have a security team too, yeah.
Your security team can't help. The security team on the ground would help. They can and help like corral people into a firing arc. God, this sounds terrible.
This sounds great.
Yeah, let's comp 5.
All right, one second.
And I assist with the action.
Sure, direct your security officer to fire on the crowd.
There, cat stuck in.
Yes.
Not that. The other one.
All right, complication is down 1.
Okay, I'm going to trigger my Starcross to raise my crit range up to 10.
All right.
I am going to give you 1 threat for a reroll.
All right.
I'm being assisted by the captain, I believe.
Mhm.
And I'm going to save my determination for a possible reroll.
All right. Captain's assisting, Maldon's assisting, and the Slipnir is assisting.
Well done, all.
Yep. One, 2, 3. That's enough. We going fishing today?
No.
As the Slipnir hovers up, moves back to get everyone in the arc. You do some quick math, and phasers lance out in a wide beam, aim and stun the crowd. Everyone freezes for a moment and slumps to the ground, except for Ninette. Everyone's slumps to the ground. I'm in the wrong layer. Nope. 6 people are left up for some particular reason, and everyone else flops to the ground, and with a dramatic thud. And as these 6 people all are still up, they, in unison, 5 of them stand up, look over to you, as one of them seems to shimmer and shift.
Can I swift task?
Let me finish.
Okay.
Let me have my moment.
Okay, sorry.
As one of them shimmers and shifts and seemingly drops its illusion, as standing 6 feet tall, a thin black creature that is robed with organic robes and has this mushroom frill wrapping around its head. And it points at you. And now you may swift task.
Wait, I raise my hand up. Tell Ash to hold.
I will swift task and use the hold action.
What's your action and what's your trigger?
Shoot if they become hostile again.
And I should be able to show this to you. That's a better picture of what they look like. Oh, you can't see that. I'll drop it in Discord. But yeah, you have their attention now. They are now happy.
Not happy, Bob. Not happy.
I think I'll say I guys who don't fun. I will not and have each other.
In almost a hush whisper that seemingly carries across the courtyard, I am impressed. Most else mammalians won't be able to figure out this play, but it appears I was too greedy. And spending 2, I'm a swift task. As what you got?
and spin a threat like it's on sale.
Going out of business.
Pretty much, we're going out of business as it reaches, it rears back an arm and lashes at you. I am spending 3 threat to activate its value. I am cunning, not foolish.
I have a question.
Does it count as a melee?
This is a ranged attack. The pseudopods are ranged attacks. It has something much more fun for our melee. Your question.
GM.
Yes.
Do held actions happen at the same time or before, after? At
Same.
what point will I shoot him?
Crap. I don't have the momentum to swift test. I would say at the same time, and this will increase his complication.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm just rolling 2 dice. Control security.
Security.
That they would, and yeah, they meet, and I won't be able to. I already spent that threat. I try to get this. Yeah, it lashes out at you, Captain. As soon as it rears his arm back, Shothrak, go ahead and fire. Diff 3, because as you're firing ship weapons on a
Fungus thing.
on a person-sized thing.
Take 1 threat. And 2 mental. Yeah, I'll try to get the captain back some.
2 momentum.
Yes.
Alright.
Nice.
Nice. And the ship helps, of course. Das Slipnir.
Slipmir's into it.
Yes. Okay, so that is 4, 5, 6, 7 on a diff. If 3, 4 momentum generated, and go ahead and roll damage.
Ooh. Slipnir damage on people? Oh no. They're in bad shape. Hold on. Where is it at? Okay, there it is.
That is not people.
I'm trying not to be. Is there a reason the banks on the Slipnir are at -2?
They shouldn't be.
Okay, just checking.
Should be +2. I might have. No, +1.
Oh, because they're banks, yeah. Okay, yeah. Power's overkill.
That is enough for an injury, and they don't have a thing to. Yeah, they don't have a thing to stay up.
Okay,
Oh, you're rude.
They're heavily stunned, but they're conscious. Oh, that's bad. That sounds like pain. That sounds like it would be painful or uncomfortable at least.
This shuttle arrows out a single shot. It burns through this creature, and it screams out, "Ah!" and slumps to the ground, and the rest of the people under its control all slump to the ground as well, as it seems to have lost its psychic grip. But it is still up and moving and conscious and very much unhappy with you.
okay, I'm fast. I will.
Normally, I don't answer questions of food. Do you respond?
Well, you're dealing with that now fights back.
We are the Undala. We are not foolish. And with that, it slumps over and dissolves. It loses its cohesion and becomes a sickly a mushroom mat that turns black and then curls up and turns gray and starts cracking and flaking away.
Okay, I'm going to quickly tell the investigative team to inject and knock down people.
The security team quickly it goes forth, starts injecting people, and slowly and surely the security teams, emergency response teams check over all the people. They were unfortunately a few casualties in the fight. Yeah, let's roll some dice. Nine people all died of fatal wounds within the fight. They are unable to be saved, but everyone else was able to be revived and brought back to consciousness as the crew of the Svalinn looks over at the horror that was brought by this unknown creature that calls itself the Undala. And one final scene for the night.
I'm just going to explain that the alien was the cause of the day, and
The next day, as everyone is picking up the pieces, it seems that the crowds of people are, some of them are mournful, some of them are regretful, some of them are ashamed, but everyone is working together. Whatever malice they had for each other has seemingly gone away with the death of this creature. Whether or this was because they were under the psionic control of the Undala, or if their shared trauma has made them more receptive to help each other, they appear to be working together to help rebuild this community. Would you like to meet with the village leaders, so to speak?
yeah.
Okay. You may have a scene with them as again, and they are confused and shame and just apologetic about what happened, and they had no idea.
It was understandable you being attacked by a creature who was getting like well, just trying to cause for it, and well, luckily here have injection will allow you this mushroom. Well, the wait, how do you call them?
The Undala.
Dollar.
How many more are there?
We don't know. Oh, and now that we know what we're one more out how many are there on the planet?
Now that you
I,
have a secure or genetic scan and of them using the corpse of the Andala as a reference, you scan the entire our planet, the entire star system. There's no one else. Even in doing deep scans into cave networks and underground on the planet at Shothrak's suggestion, it doesn't appear to be a underbelly into this world where they came from. So they're not native to this planet. What planet are they native to?
Dun 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 dun.
I mean, we know where to find them because there is a wait, would dice menagerie public info?
I believe that was as up to you. But at the time, it is under quarantine.
Yeah, I think I might have into the dice menagerie and figure out more info about Orion.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Well, Captain, I guess the next question is where do we go from here? I should have seen in through this. We're peaceful people, and we help each other out. If given the opportunity, we would have gladly helped these refugees without any issue. How long was this creature here?
Don't know, but you can act like that's got here, so we don't know how long you've been affected by them. So join
Whatever help you need, and we'll be glad to give it to you. If you have engineering projects or personnel that needs to go somewhere, I'm sure some of these people would love to move to someplace more amenable, but some of the refugees want to make a home here, or at least try.
if they do like if are want home tonight, contact Beta Deval Anna if they could.
Very well. And with that, is there any other or scenes you guys want to do as you spend in the next 2 weeks or so piecing this planet back together, both with infrastructure and hopefully socially, as these people realize that there's no need for them to fight anymore.
I have nothing.
No, I can't think of anything outside of that.
And with that, we will end tonight's episode of Star Trek X Svalinn. Thank you, everyone, and for watching tonight. Thank you, everyone, for playing and sticking around. And for this, please like, comment, and subscribe. For the next adventure of this brave starship as they find the new enemy that lurks underneath the Silk Road.
Yeah, I'm definitely giving a warning about these guys to the Getamine on Sunday.